Hello. What up? I am here. Let's see. Hello, hello. We're still at the small paper safe. Safe is inside small version of the study. What's up, Elsa? How's it going? So it's like the study safe. It's not the same code. I think my notes are over here. Hold on. Let me nab them real quick. Okay. So I figured that the answer to this safe, the answer to all safes is if we count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes, right? So that is like the code to all of these. For the most part. No, I think it is. It's been the code for every safe, just interpreted differently. Like we had to count small gates, and it was like specifically the walking lengths in drawing room. We've had to count small gates, count gates. How do I have the stamina to stream this long? I have been streaming for 10 minutes. And I really have been streaming for 17 minutes. 14 minutes of it was intro. So, you know. Anyway. Classy. The drafting studio. A hard one. Abusive, like in what manner? Like people being assholes to other people, or like people exploiting systems, or what? I don't think any of this is particularly useful information anymore. A lot of the stuff I have written down is solved or at least like copied to the Obsidian. Use of lewd, profane language to support agents trying to contact them outside of normal channels, harassment, etc. I see. That makes sense. That sounds like a pain in the ass, actually. Let's put homework shit over here. This shit should all probably go into exam answers. But like the other books over here, I guess. The Curse of Black Bridge, Sightseer's Guide. Centered, yes. Old Swimbird. Which organization? That's fair. This shit's all unorganized though. What about that? Do you like this? Realm info. Could be expanded to this bonus. Okay. Don't know how to control this program. There we go. Okay, so specifically the room 8 shit. I don't think that this will be relevant again, but we'll put it over here just in case. Already figured out office safe. Over here. History of Arindia is pretty relevant pretty frequently. I'm gonna actually put it over here by exam answers. I can't remember if it's one of the books from this. I don't think it is. This is just red, green, violet, blue. And I did color code them to that effect. Randolph's letters are sometimes important. I'm gonna put them down here. This shit's crazy. There's a safe on rank 10. It's on a green fucking memo too. The only way that's not true is if Hartley runs the mail. I don't think he did or does. getting pretty organized. We've got our red letters. I think what's more useful here is safe code D8 was just true. And you know that because it's handwritten. Red memos red memos are a lie unless handwritten. The blue memo here is also kind of important, I feel. You know. That's how I feel. It's cool to play a game that gets you doing shit like this, though. You know, this is a rare opportunity, in my opinion. We could go like 3, 5, 7 here, maybe. We scooch him over, I bet we could do that. Damn, I didn't know you could do it like this. That's awesome. Pretty good sigil. I should go take pictures of the other two and then also get the symbol for nuance and for the 8th country that I'm forgetting about. Vera? Is Vera not here? Okay. Vera, which is the turtle place. Now I believe I have the turtle screenshot. We're gonna solve these sigils today. And we're gonna try to solve this safe. See here. That's the Vera Shores. There is that weird symbol, I think. When it comes to game, what features am I looking for? I don't know. Not like I'm not really ever looking for features specifically. There's a lot of different stuff I like about a lot of different games. I'm never really looking for like a specific thing like cards or something, you know what I mean? feel like I have an Eurasian stamp. Got Arch Aries right here. I should get a picture of the Finn Aries one. I don't know what this is at all. This is some shit I don't know anything about. I think I tied these together though. I assume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know, that it's the letters for one part of this. Whether it's ID here or ID there. The stamps are really detailed. And it is like we're in a new world, I agree. I like that. I like that about it. That seems connected. Black Bridge Hotel and Spa. Weird I can't make this font bigger. Maybe I can. Wonder if I can do Thanks, Budge. How are you doing? I really like this. Had to upload a video you didn't want to. What kind of video are you uploading? You have to make a video about it, though. Honesty and integrity on the line. I thought maybe this was a date. The In Eclipse Ball of 1952. I don't know when the In Eclipse is. I know that it's depicted here. Kind of hard to see, but it says In Eclipse and Is Eclipse. So it's like when the rogue moon is on one side of the moon versus the other side, I guess. Because there's kind of hard to tell. Right here, there's the something moon and the rogue moon. Devoted, I think. The devoted moon, maybe. Maybe I should pull in more of those screenshots. Oh, have a good one. Touch it. We're gonna get this shit figured out. The deities are on each side. I wonder about that. Farmer with the hoe is Rena. And the chimney sweep is Vea. They represent the Is Eclipse and In Eclipse, effectively. I don't know. I'm gonna put this picture here though. Just seems important, you know? I got some extra zoom ins there. There were more zoom ins of it that I took when I first found it. I'm gonna take some pictures of these history slides as well. Really want to get everything off of here. History is pinned by the victors. Important thing to note. Hmm. Now, what era is 1929? You know, I don't know. But that is important. Well, I need to get the answer to every quest, or not quest, every answer for the test. I need to get every answer. If I want the trophy from it anyway. And I do. Red flags flying over the capital was a bittersweet sight of comfort for many of this realm's war-weary citizens. After 22 years, peace had come at last. Uh-huh. Is that Arch Ares? That's got to be part of a sigil, right? It'd be part of Iraja, or not Iraja, Orindia. I don't think so. It could be Arch Ares since it begins with an A. No. I thought I took pictures. I thought I took better pictures. Where's that at? Okay, here we go. I think I have like a completed geography worksheet somewhere here. At least I thought I did. Save what I'm doing. This auto saves. I don't know what this means at all still. Oh, I don't know what denoted inverse means yet. Pretty much all of these are still mysteries to some degree. Oh, alright, Audrey. Have a good day. Devoted moon and the rogue moon. There they are. All right. It seems pretty cool. I watched somebody in Discord play it for a while. Well, I wish I could read this. You know? Looks like one of them is named Mora. One of them is named Dalja or Daruja. I thought one of them is Vea, which makes me think of the goddess, the chimney sweep goddess. Dalja is the farmer with a pitchfork. Maymora and Mora and something with an F. I don't know what that is. I feel like I need to go get a better picture of that. Is this like an order? I need to activate the statues. Is this an additional tomb puzzle? Like, if these are all representing goddesses, then this would be a sequence, right? It would be a sequence. Only 6 though, I think, if you count the sun. I guess that'd be Orinda. I do kind of wonder why there's an eye there. This shit's crazy. It's some sort of rotation. Like, what is this, you know? It's got like a fucking panel of numbers on little stones. And then it's got a rotation ring around it with arrows and like numbers and degrees and shit. Like 46 say. Really hard to see. Or FOR or TOR? ROT? Backwards, maybe? I don't know. It's really confusing. There was a lot there. The ruby socketed candles. I think I've gotten most of it. I don't know what this is. This is always in kennel too. Is it supposed to be like this? Is there a T at the bottom? Is that what that's supposed to mean? That would be fucked up. But it's possible that this is related to that. I don't know. This is obsidian. Obsidian vault. Or obsidian, maybe is what it's called. Maybe this is a vault. It's pretty cool though, right? Like, this is pretty awesome. I think this is like a great way to do it. I'm gonna have to go use the bathroom. Then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna pick through these screenshots more. And then I'm gonna walk around this room with this little safe and try to figure out what the fucking code is for it. I feel like I have absolutely all of the info I need. I just need to think about it in the right way. I know that may sound stupid, but I think that that's the scenario. Did I never take a screenshot of the Finn Ares stamp? I mean, I'm curious about buried floor plan. Is that in tomb? 8th angel points to our dreams or something like that is what it says. I don't know if that's the last one that I found in the hidden room. I don't know. This is Finn Ares, right? Did I not put all of the Roman rune in there? Why did I not do this? That makes sense that you would get like the same you'd get like confused people. It's pretty cool, honestly. Like, a nice note keeping thing. You don't have to do it like this either. There's like different things you can do. Land of the northern storms. You know, I am for sure missing some screenshots of when I went to what's it called? Black Bridge. We got every stamp. Letter number 7. Darren is a pseudonym. A really interesting one for me. Yeah, people really love the flaming text in general. Daring to use a fake name. What's up, Velvet? How's it going? I've done this. I think. I believe I've done this. Rado. I think it's in Blackbridge Grotto. What does fish have to do with this? How is fish related? Alright, so put fish into that note in general. Put it right here. of a chair. You never know. You know? I don't need any of that. Varied floor plan. I don't know if I've got that. It even says 10. Does it never end is interesting to me. It's like very similar to this. Like almost certainly supposed to be that. I don't know. Interesting. This sheet being green is weird to me. You know what I mean? There's just something about it being green that seems significant. Maybe I'm wrong. It was, it is green. It's in greenhouse, to be fair, but it's definitely green. It's definitely green, I think. It's like the light coming through isn't green, right? There's not like green glass on greenhouse. Weird for sure. I don't know. They don't ever do anything like that unless it's like intentional as hell. That's weird, right? Like it's even kind of weird that these are dim and these are bright. I don't know. I don't want to get too stuck on that, but that's worth thinking about. What's the history book? Mrs. Peterson, her gift. Already figured all that out. Mm. Okay. I'm a lad of but 14 summers. I forget that about myself. Hmm. J ribbon. I'll screenshot the passports just in case this matters. I don't think it will. I don't think that the passports are gonna matter like at all. I've got more than that one. I'll have to go to Vault, get some new pictures. The Mora Jai boxes, I believe, talk about Mora Jai. Kind of frustrating. I think that's like where Mora Jai's lore actually comes from. For these fucking Mora Jai box pages. I've not been super attentive to them. Okay. What was in this little piece of paper here? Wimbird. I really don't know. So my best bet for this room is that this is the hint. Where is it? Here's the hint. This. We count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. Count small gates. I thought maybe we would count the small doorways. That's like kind of a small gate. A small gate is like anything you can imagine it means. Like some examples of small gates that we've done where in the office there were busts of Count Isaac Gates, who is this guy, and you had to count his busts, but there was one big one, you only counted the small gates. So that's one of them. And then there was drawing room. And in drawing room, there's a bunch of pictures of actual, like, gates, GAITS, on the wall. Like, it's a bunch of side pictures of, like, people walking, and it's like measuring their gait length. And you have to, like, you'd count the small gates, which there's two that are small. There's the there's like a woman in a dress, like tiptoeing, and then there's like an old man also tiptoeing, and there's like 15 of the old men and 4 of the woman. So the passcode is 415 because that's a date, you know. It's fucking April 15th. So you count small gates typically, and it ends up in the format of a date. That's how I've done most of them. One of them I got because it was like a letter code, and I'd learned that it was dates, and I was like, well, the last symbol of the letter code or whatever is it has an 8. You can just use an 8, so it was like the answer was May 8th. So for that one I just had to make a date. And then for study, it wasn't really counting small gates. It was just a date. Sort of. There was, I guess the answer to study was there was a chess piece. There was a chess board, and there was one piece on the board, and the same piece was beside the safe, and the piece was on the D8 square, which, while it also reads date, it represented December 8th. So the code was 1208. So that's another one. It's been really crazy. It is a little bit of a weird one. To be fair though, they also send you a hint if you get far enough through the letters. They tell you the safe code is D8, which is still basically just the same hint, but it makes you think about that more. You know what I mean? You're like, well, there must be something to that. You would have been stuck on D8 for hours. Yeah, I mean, I've been stuck on all this shit for a long time, to be fair. I've been stuck on basically every bit of it for a really long time. I'm missing one of the red letters, and I think it's actually the one that was at the bottom of it was in the underground, behind the underpass gate, which isn't impossible to get to. It's just really annoying to get to. I'm using obsidian. Yeah, isn't this nice? Isn't this cool? Did I ever open up that model safe? Yeah, it didn't used to be able to, I don't think, Minnie. Yeah, that's what Classy said too. No, I'm still standing at the model safe. I'm still here at the model safe. I haven't actually left. This is still the run from yesterday. That's why you gotta get here earlier. You gotta make your jokes faster. That way Classy would have came in and I would have been like, what the fuck? That was Minnie's joke. This is really interesting to me. I can't help but think this is something. This actually really could be a code. It's like 3442. But that doesn't mean anything. I'm gonna put it in anyway. I don't even think that's a date. I thought that was a good attempt. Wait, hold on. I gotta count small gates, dude. I've gotta count the small gates. There's no fucking way this isn't what it is. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or maybe it's 2, 3, 2. Or sorry, 2, 3, 3. Right? There's no fucking way this isn't what it is. Come on, dude. You can't lie to me. I know this is it. These gates are so small. They're so fucking small. You can't tell me they're not. Alright, 3 gates in the front. 3 gates at the top. 2 in the back. That's 8 total gates. What the fuck? So there's also staircases, but I don't think that's relevant. There's 5 of that type and 3 of this type. Is it 0305? 0503? Five oh three, 305. Five, 53. There are 8 gates there. And then down here, how does that relate to dates? What you do is you count the small gates and then you format the number you get as a date. Basically. That's my understanding of it. Boy, I tell you, if that ain't fucking 8 gates, I don't know what is. I have to count how many apples are in each gated area on the ground. I feel like there's a lot that could be done here. 15 in the tree. In the big tree. 13 in these trees. What does it mean to count small gates? It means anything, really. Like, as long as like you're doing it and it's like, I am counting small gates for sure. In every room of this game, Schlotz, I'll just tell you, there's two pictures. Yeah, this is a clock and this is a lock. That means that this room represents the letter C. Alright? So there's a code overlaid atop the entire mansion that says if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. That's where we're getting at. If that's what you mean. We weren't sure if it meant to actually count them or just include them. It means both. It actually means both. One of the safes is counted, like one of the there's a small gate that is counted as a safe. There's small gates that you literally have to count to get the dates to crack some of the other safes. There's small gates, the homonym GAITS, that you have to count and then arrange into a date to crack another safe. There's there's small gates. I don't know what the small gate of the study is. I guess it's just a date. Really. It's just the date. It is a little ridiculous. Yeah, it is a little ridiculous. We're really deep in it. Little comma balcony? What does that mean? Yeah, like, this is totally... You definitely count these gates. Now, how does this lead to a date? That's what we don't know, currently. I mean, I look at this and I say, well, that's 3 wooden gates on brick structures. That's 3, I want to say, metal gates on stone structures. And then that's 2, I want to say wooden gates, but they look the same as the metal gates on a wooden structure. So it's really hard to categorize these in any definitive way for me. I'm guessing, like, well, these are obviously 3 of the same style gate. Because there's, like, you could be like, oh, well, the ones on the hill are their own set, and then this is its own set, and then the back row is its own set. You could do that, or you could say, like, oh, well, these are all, like, the same gate type. That's a 5, and this is a 3. You could say, oh, well, I've got to count, you know, every gate here, which would be 8. And, like, that's a number... And then I have to count these as gates, you know, and that's like another number. I don't know. Maybe that's what we want to do. Let's see. This is And we'll take both. There's like a lot of different ways to count this, is part of what's made this room so annoying. It's like if I'm counting these as gates, then first of all, this is this room. This room has an entrance and an exit, or rather two doorways, I guess is the best way to describe it. But the doorway isn't represented by this miniature. So like, does this count as 2 or does this count as 1? And then here, you know, it's the Great Hall. There's 7 doors. Or are there 8 because of this? Or are there 10 because of this? Or are there only 9 because this doesn't count? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it does feel like it's supposed to be there to throw us off. So maybe we've got like the 8 off the calendar. Let's say we've got the 8 off the calendar. And let's, I have these written down somewhere. I think it's just like, it's 2, 7, 8, 9, or 10, and then 1. Which means it's either... There's either 9 total gates. There's 10 total gates. There's 11 total gates. I think 12, 13 is also possible. We know that 9 doesn't show up on any of the dates. Let's just try like 08, 09, 08, 10, 08, 11, 08, 11. I'm a fucking goddamn genie. Alright. If that ain't counting gates, nothing is. Let me write that down. I've got like a list of confirmed safe passwords. God fuck. I have so many fucking pages of shit. Alright. It's not that one, it's this one. Alright. So drafting studio. Boom, boom, boom. What was it? 08, 11 or something? Well, I'll just know when I click this. November 8th. Oh, would 1108 also have worked? Really classy. That is wild. I like that. I would have tried 1108. Separate, you know. It was still a valid date. Oh, maybe that was a clue. To be fair, it even says day 1. You know, maybe it's like trying to imply like this is first. Or maybe it's even saying November 8th. And like me getting 11 from the number of doors is just not relevant, actually. Which is really funny. 11 implies, by the way, what does it imply? The count of 11 would imply that the left model counts as 1, the middle model counts as 9, and the right one, that one always counts as 1, to be fair. It could also mean that the middle counts as 8 and the left counts as 2, which I think I like more. Anyway, not relevant. I do kind of wonder if this is supposed to be 11 total doors that you could go through, right? Because it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Interesting. It all seems obvious in retrospect. It's funny how puzzles work. So I believe I should probably read the fucking letter. So this is letter number 5. I was so happy I opened the safe I didn't even give a fuck what was in it anymore. Alright, let's see. Yeah, it's really wild, right? Like, that's the good thing about explaining, right? Like, you explain how it works and it like almost re-clarifies your own understanding of it. You know what I mean? So, why is this? I feel like this is small. Am I crazy? I feel like this is a very small letter. Maybe it is, to be fair, actually genuinely small. Uncle, in a few hours we are departing. As planned, we will be taking the old mountain way tunnels to the north. We'll go as far as we can by trolley until the rails give out. Then we'll proceed on foot until we reach the southern border. I've never been as excited, nervous, and heartbroken. I may never know if I've made the right decisions, but I've made the ones I felt my father might have nodded in approval at. I'm leaving a message for Simon here in the safe house, this unhallowed cavern that we have called home for the last year. If something should happen to me, please guide him to this place. Try to show him what these lost days were all for. Explain to him, if you can, the intersection between foolishness and doctrine, the thin wire we stood upon above the world, holding hands and throwing stones. Holding hands and throwing stones. In those days, we were guilty of everything. As always, Mary. Well, that you can just do this. You know what I mean? This is the drafting studio. Okay. Big progress, big progress. We're 7 of 8 on the safes. We have a green memo that claims that there's a safe in the final room, which to me would mean, it would indicate that we are missing some information regarding the 8 pins. It's going to be the map, right? We have to solve the 8-pin map. And part of that puzzle is going to be solving the realm sigils, I believe. We'll finish out this nice beautiful house. Yeah, we'll go mailroom. I like mailroom pretty well. Little coin on the ground. Little something something for you. The unused memos. are really good. They're really good. I think I'm almost on my last letter, or like the last place that a letter could fit, at least. Yeah, I've got that. No contact delivery. Yeah, that shit's awesome. It's really good. Let's see. A couple things I really want to do. Do we have a break room? No, but we do have a boiler room. So I could go down. I'm going to go down to the basement for sure. And I'm going to figure out. I'm going to figure out what's what. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to do the last boiler room draft. And then oh, we actually can't get to that part of the house without going through the bottom. Sorry, I forgot how my own thing worked. I guess I could send money out. I think I haven't done this. Oh, I already did it. Lame. Alright, well, let's leave. We're gonna go... Go this way. Did I do this? 49's a really good day. Yeah, 49's crazy. You get like so much shit. What's crazy to me, Classy, is that upgrades... There's like more upgrades than there are choices for upgrades. So like some people have shit I've never even seen. Like one of my buddies got a cloister that was it's a type of cloister I've never even fucking seen. Their cloister is a fucking red room. I didn't even see that as an option. They didn't even offer that. Crazy. I feel like they could hide something really easy in here. So I really want to... We're going to activate boiler room. Why would you want cloister to be a red room? Maybe you're a red room build person. I think it does something too, in addition to being red. It's actually... It's a Draxus themed red room. So I think it's like... It does something for dead ends. I don't know. It's really interesting to me. Okay. So... We're gonna go up. E and a banana. Shit. Big money. I thought I was gonna go up. I'm gonna go this way. I do have access to kitchen. And I could chef salad if I had one more gold. That'd be nice, actually. I'd like the chef salad. And I might with that money. Did I open these? I did. I ate my dinner. There's like a million of these I could open. That's like... This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna open all the locker room lockers. And that's gonna get us like a bunch of money. We're gonna draft that last room. We're gonna spend all our money on food. We're gonna switch boiler room over to where I can get to. So this being placed with moonshine bottles to me would imply that this is a note by one of the two moonshiner guys, right? That we're looking for the 46th room. We got a lot of money. And buy the fucking kitchen out. I don't know what this thing means either yet. It's gotta be like some black bread shit. There's obviously some black bread shit I don't know about. Darren is a pseudonym. I'm very interested by that, but I don't know what it could mean. Oh, handle. I wonder, so you have like a luck stat in this game. And I'm really curious if it actually affects your, if it actually affects like your gambling. You know what I mean? I'm also really curious to see if, the purse, the upgraded lucky purse, makes it to where you win twice as much money, because I think it would. That would be ridiculous. Then you can just print money, you know, infinitely if you have that item and the casino. None of these are that good. I do have a reroll. Patio is cool, I guess, but... Oh, Treasure Trove is cool. Walk-in Closet's also pretty good. Treasure Trove is interesting, though, because I actually kind of value these weird notes. Still. What's up, Startles? I'm sort of winning. I would say sort of. So now I have a shitload of money. This actually pays out more than fucking Vault does now, I think, which is crazy. I'm gonna pop back into closed exhibit real quick just because I have so much resources. I just wanted to see if maybe I could do anything that would make this matter. I've got the crown. Doesn't matter though, I guess. We're gonna go back through here. We're gonna go out through this way. We're gonna flip this switch, turn the boiler room elevator back on, or I guess it's the door, the boiler room door. There's a goddamn treasure in this room that I forgot about. I'm doing really well, Startles. We may actually beat the game today. It's hard to say. Yippee! I wish I could have gotten a freezer. Freezer would have been killer. So let's clear out the kitchen real quick. We'll get like 1 billion steps. Lunch dish is what it says right there. That's funny. Because it can't always say the same thing. Interesting. I have thawed the freezer with the furnace. Yeah, that's a real thing you can do. It will melt everything. There's other ways to melt everything in freezer though. It'll melt everything, and it'll also take away your frozen status. What you can do is get sauna, and if you get sauna, you can walk into sauna and it'll melt your freezer status off, and you can walk back into freezer after you get more shit or spend money or whatever you want to do, and it'll refreeze you. It's really cool, actually. I'm gonna have to do some stupid shit I don't want to deal with right here, but that's okay. I think it might be there. If it's one more, we'll come back and we'll do it again. This definitely counts. This shit's wild to me. The battery. Missing letter number 3. Here's what we should do. Okay. Another one of these done. Recorded. I can't believe I didn't take pictures of that fucking red letter. How did I fuck that up? It's very frustrating. What's interesting to me is that they're all in like very different type. You know what I mean? Like there's that like typewriter 1, and there's this like kind of fancy 2, and then we don't know what 3 is, and then 4 is like a completely different outlined number that's also circled, and then 5 is like painted on by hand, and then 6 is written out like letters, and then 7's in fucking Roman numerals, and then 8 is sideways like an infinity symbol. Like, you can't tell me that there's not going to be significance to that in some fucking way. Like, I don't know. That's a Rinda Aries. We have already figured out. Is this Reddington? Music is fucking sick. They know you're in the fucking sanctum, dude. This is the real shit. You know what I mean? I think what we don't know about Arch Ares is how many of the rays there are. I think we know that they're flowers. I believe we know that they are lightning rays. Because that means that, of course, means stormy weather, which is one of the only things we know about it. I don't think it's a poetic realm. But I don't know what else that flower shit could be about. Well, what are these outsides? I'm pretty sure that we think it's yellow, right? I could double check my... I'm pretty confident though. I have to find my homework, which is this shit. Any day now. There it is. So this is a B+. There's only 2 missing. We know that they've got a Raja right. Pararika, I believe, is orange. Excuse me. We know lizard is wrong, which is lizard is obviously supposed to be green. We know Iraja is not supposed to, or sorry, we know Arch Ares is not meant to be blue. Yellow for sure, because we'd be missing a second yellow from banana there. It's definitely yellow. And if it's definitely yellow, that means that it has this very specific border right here on it. We don't know how many of these there are. That was weird. It really felt like it did something. So the amount of lines in the middle, the amount of rays, I think they're called, dictates what sort of transport they have there. And I don't... Maybe it is horseback, maybe it's this one. It doesn't appear that way. This would be train system. I don't think this is true, but I'll try it just to get it out. This is aviation. Pretty sure this is nuances thing. Again, I'm pretty confident this isn't it. Now this is camels. If they have camels on a fucking mountain, You know, I guess I just don't know anything. So I'm thinking definitely no on this one, but we are gonna try it. Okay. And then what do we got? That's turtleback travel. I know that Vera is turtleback travel, but I don't want to just write something off because one other country does it, you know. Naval capabilities. This I think is more a Jai. But again, we'll try it just to try it. No, this is roads. We need to bring forth turtleback travel. I liked roads as an answer. Well, we've tried everything. I guess we can only surmise that that was in fact not the sigil. Or that was not the symbol for Arch Ares. Feel pretty confident that we know this is not Arch Ares. Very aesthetic note-taking, in my opinion. I really love this. Arch Ares. Orange for Kararika. The Kararika? Yes. Fucked up they give you that blue ass stamp for Kararika and they're like, yeah, here you go, bitch. Like, come on. How much did it cost? This is free. Obsidian? Yeah, it's really cool. Wonder what this is. We don't... I guess Iraja? Was it supposed to be Iraja? Or do we have like another artistic poetic peoples? There are... So there's 8. Does that mean we'll have duplicates? We have 8 colors, so we will not have duplicate colors. We have 8 modes. That would be cool, Minnie. There's a big fucking puzzle over here. We know it's not flowers. This shit's for sure storms, though. Agricultural? Maybe. Fucking farming-based society in a mountainous region seems kind of weird. Unusual. But I don't know. Academic. I'm wondering about academic. Three of them are done. Morajai, I feel like we could probably figure some shit out for. Like, we know that Morajai... Oh, I don't know. We don't really know any of this shit. The moats. We do know that they have... maybe windy weather? It's like an island. Excuse me. There's no blue. What was the reward for finishing a sanctum wheel? You get a postcard and you get a Morajai box, I believe. The island Morajai. So I feel pretty confident that Morajai's transportation is probably boat. If boat is an answer. Naval capabilities. I feel like this is probably Morajai. I feel like pretty confident. It even looks kind of windy. Could be mistaken, but I would definitely imagine wind being there. Where I'm caught up is that I don't really know shit about Morajai. Got Arenda Ares. Got the info from Arch Ares here. It was a wild and untamed expanse. At the time, was not as developed, but a good deal more vast than the eldest brother's lot. Raja is a land steeped in tradition, magic, and the poetry of the old tongue. And it had flowers. So we can assume that we're not going to reuse that. We could be wrong, but we can assume we're not going to reuse that. We did reuse these rays. To be fair. We did reuse one of the rays already. But there's not that many of them. There's 7 of them. There's a lot to think about there. This is the real shit. Rough not to know the ray amount and not know the middle. You know? Four 2 9 5 2. I don't know what note you're talking about. Early in the game. Maybe that's why, is because that's like such an abstract concept in this game, like early in the game. Could mean anything. I think, like, you're talking about this shit, right? I don't know which one you're talking about, though. To be fair, it does look like industrial, which I feel like I should have already known. Let's try industrial. Let's try fucking ourselves. Let's try doing the wrong thing again. Find it in one of the outer rooms. Couldn't tell you off the top of my head for sure. This is so what this is. There's a small chance that this isn't the one. It could be... Dude, I'm so tired of hitting that wrong one. It's so easy to fuck up. Okay. Now this one changes the rays. I can never remember these. These are horseback. Horseback and industrial would be an interesting combo. But not an impossible one. There we go. I knew it had to be industrial. I don't know how I didn't think that from the stamp. It's like so fucking obvious from the stamp. Brass compasses are manufactured in arch areas. When yellow tiles are pressed, they move north. That one faster than I do like any of them. But this one's fucking gorgeous. They did like a little painting of every fucking region or something. They're like, this is what the architecture looks like. It's really cool. I made this entire fucking world. Look at this fucking instrument. 4-man pyramid guitar. Yeah, for sure, Minnie. For sure. It makes sense. First city of steel. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the railway tracks extended all the way north. Arch Aries is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. So he sailed to this location. This is definitely going to be like the trip, right? It's going to be all the postcards. Interesting. Interesting. I've done all 4 of these now. Which one of these was Finn Ares? Arch. This one's Finn. The last postcard. Wow. This is sick. I feel like I have like a full encompassing knowledge of the game now, which maybe I don't, but I feel like I do. Does that count for anything? I think I've gotten the Orinda Ares postcard already. Eight realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order, what route, and where to start? He visits the Black Bridge, which is technically part of Orinda Ares. That's part 1. I assume he goes to Eraja after, and then heads to Nuance. And then he might go up and around. I guess he could zigzag at some point, I don't know. He arrived at Arch Ares from sailing. There's a lot to think about, for sure, for sure. Lots and lots to think about. This looks like it's going to be a secret door. There's this. Oven Navarre. I really want to get that open. Well, let's work on one of these other ones here. We've got, what is this, Nuance? Nuance I really imagine being green, and it could be because the stamp is green. We don't necessarily have a green location though, right? Like... No, okay, we got a green one. It could be. It could be that this is it. We know... What do we know about it? We know that they have aviation. We know that they have aviation. Maybe it's academic. You know, if they're building fucking dirigibles and shit, you know, like maybe there's stuff like that going on there. Because Martial and Metropolitan and Industrial and Poetic have all been done. I don't see them as particularly spiritual, tribal, or agricultural, though I could be mistaken. I'm gonna go with academic. Let's do academic. Let's try green border. I don't really know what weather would be like there, though. So there is that. I feel like if it is green, are green rooms meant to represent it? And if that is true, Is it a lack of unusual or harsh weather? Academic, straight lines, aviation, green. It might be windy, but I don't know. I see that as more Morajai. That's not green, right? That's red. That's green. Kind of a hard thing to draw, truly. We know that they're aviation. We know that's true. Maybe the line type. It would be fucked up if they were also foggy, right? Like that'd be crazy. But I don't think they are, but let's try it. Ah shit, I fucked it. Or wait, no I didn't fuck it. I don't think it snows in Nuance that much. I could try windy. I'll try windy. We'll try rainy. You wouldn't think it would be rainy. But what do I fucking know? I think Araja is actually the rainy one, right? Not stormy. It might be whatever the fuck this means. I couldn't tell you. Off the top of my head, anyway. Vera could be green. Nuance could be pink. We don't fucking know. So, Nuance is a picture of a dirigible flying over a pretty normal looking land area. I guess there's mountains. I don't think they would be known for snow though. This even has lightning on the fucking stamp. They didn't have to give you that. Well, it looks like Kararika is known for snow. Can we even do Kararika? Is Kararika like the one that we don't have? That's more Ajay, I believe. This is not Kararika. Wait. This is Morajai. That was Verishores. Which we know is not orange, interestingly enough. I don't think Verishores has naval capabilities. We know that they're turtleback travel. That's like one of the only things we fucking know about them. Turtleback travel. We know they could be... I don't know. It's hard to say. I put aviation there. We know that you're aviating. It's definitely that. This needs to be Kararika. Okay, well, I feel like there's somewhere that I have more info about any of these places. So Kararika, is that really camel? Camel travel? That's what that would imply, right? Like, riding fucking camels. I would even say that Kararika looks like spiritual. I'm just gonna say that because there's a fucking statue, and it reminds me of the shrine. So camels actually might not be a real one. Maybe nobody rides fucking camels. Because we don't have a horseback or roads or camels yet. No, okay, we have roads, that's in Finn Aries. We don't have horseback or camels, right? Corinda Aries, Arch Aries, and Iraja. All three. All fucking three of them use a train system. Which makes sense. I think what I really need to do, grab these 4 pages, and I need to like just put them right here. That's funny that you say that, Schlotz. I was actually thinking, like, what if this is like a fucking racist depiction of people from Vera Shores and like they don't fucking ride turtles at all. You know what I mean? Like, it could be anything. It could really be anything. This is a lot of good info right here, though. I think that like condensing it into this format is gonna be nice. Ooh, I'm like itching crazy style. I'm thinking. The funny joke choice, and then they've got like this fantastical stamp that's like a reference to a tall tale or something, you know what I mean? Like a joke. I could see that, yeah. In universe, this is like known to be, it's like Paul Bunyan, you know? Like if we got dropped into reality and someone found a fucking Paul Bunyan stamp, we'd be like, okay. In this realm, they have giant men. You know what I mean? Like, they have men as tall as buildings. my character's for sure dumb, because like he's lived 14 summers. He's a lad of 14 summers, and he doesn't even know like anything about any country on the planet. You know what I mean? Like, that's crazy. Like, we don't know anything about anything. I wonder what these numbers are about. Probably nothing, right? Thinking... We know that nowhere shares colors. Let's do this. What remains is green, pink, and white. Green, pink, and white. It's wild that it normalizes the size of stuff so well. That looks great. White, pink, and green. Okay. Put up squishies. Thank you. I'm on the super puzzle right now. Out here doing the super puzzle. What we're gonna do. We're gonna say all this shit is correct. All this shit correct. Put these in orange. Like, I don't know, maybe. Maybe these are right. To be fair though, I believe that the children's homework that shows the flags of the 3 countries, which arbitrarily includes Kararika, does confirm that Kararika is orange. Just 100%. The Raja's purple for sure. Arch-Aries is for sure yellow. I'm pretty sure Kararika is orange. That's green. And that is yellow. That's the 2 that are wrong, which means orange is right. Sorry, I just wanted to double check that real quick. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that this is correct. Snow being a regular occurrence, probably true. Probably true, but we can't 100% guarantee it. We'll just leave it there. We need, I guess, just a locomotion system, right? For Kararika, and at that point we would have it solved. Unfortunately, Kararika is the one door I don't have open. Which means that I'm fucked. I don't know shit about Morajai. Other than that, they have naval capabilities for sure. Feels good to break this down like this. Started getting into nubby because your left hand is fucked. I'm sorry, your left hand's fucked. That sucks. Nubby's pretty good though. Nubby's pretty good. I'm a fan. I'm wondering here. We don't know what that is. Happens every couple months. You've just been pushing it too hard. Geographically, Is this like the northernmost? What if it gets cold this way, right? Like this is the cold place and then that way it's warm. You know, like instead of north and south hemisphere on our planet, it's like they just made the map different. I don't know. Probably from being too much of a gamer. Could be. You know, do your hand stretches. Stop when it hurts. All you can do. Three of Tides. Stop when it hurts is pretty good advice. Well, don't. To be fair. Great press. Good. Hard to do. Like to take care of shit. Good. In my opinion. I see birds and I see a ship with sails. To me, this evokes wind. And like the curly lines everywhere. It's hard to imagine Morajai as anything less than a windy environment. You know what I mean? I definitely see it as a windy place. I don't know what like moat it would have though. Maybe agricultural? Possibly academic? They make boxes in Morajai. I know that. I don't think that they're tribal. There's a version of them for every city-state. Whatever. Every realm. These also just tell you what the color of the place is. Which is really funny, actually. Are the stamps my only clues? No. There's the Morajai boxes, which kind of trickle a little bit of lore onto me. We know that Morajai is an island. We know that the traditional Morajai box is distinguished by a lid featuring a 3x3 of grid of white and gray tiles. That would lead me to believe that their color is white, right? Let's assume that Morajai is white. And that they have naval capabilities. Let's even assume their weather windy. we're gonna do... We could do agricultural. I like assuming that it's white. I like that. I think that that's just true. So windy. Industrial kind of makes sense. But they were trading these puzzle boxes for brass compasses being produced by the industrial nation of Arch Ares. We know that information as well. We know that they're building ships, you know, so they could be agricultural. They may be industrial though. I kind of do like that thought. What's crazy is it really feels like they could be academic, they could be industrial, hell, they could be potentially agricultural. I don't see them as tribal at all. They could be metropolitan. I don't think that they're martial, considering they're making like puzzle boxes and shit. I don't know. And it doesn't really mean anything. But... Let's try this. I actually really like the ideas we have here. We've got naval capabilities set up properly. What's this one? Agricultural. Let's try agricultural. Naval capabilities. Wind. Ah, shit. Then white. Which I think is that... No, that's black. That's white. So not agriculture. It could not be windy though. So let's try every symbol. Ah, fuck. I feel like it's windy though. I really feel confident that it's windy. What we want to do is change the middle symbol. This is militaristic, and I don't really think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. It's not windy, right? Is all we can surmise from that. It's not windy there. There it is. So it was agricultural. It just had normal weather instead of windy. I really would have guessed windy. I felt quite confident in that. I wasn't confident in fucking agriculture at all either. It's very strong armable at this point though, which is nice. I appreciate that about it. I wonder who the fuck is academic? Like, who the fuck is academic? We got 5 of these things done. We've got to still solve for Nuance and Vera, which we know very little about. But I think that process of elimination should actually bring it down pretty significantly. Is this just the original page again? Oh, of course it is, because this is fucking Mora Jai. So of course this is just a fucking Mora Jai box. Nice and easy. Doing pretty well. We're at 5 of 8 realm sigils. Oh, this place is fucking cute. What the hell? They've got a little gourd. Is this a Mora Jai box? Or what is it, I wonder? For a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Mora Jai. If I've gotten 6 of these done, no, I've only gotten 5. Beautiful. All right, well, that's Mora Jai. Is that just a flat plane of light? Alright, well, whatever. That's real mystical, I guess. I don't know. This is Vera, I believe. We know that Vera is either pink or green. We know that Vera has turtleback travel. It would be fucked up if Nuance wasn't green. I know that like it doesn't, like the stamp doesn't have to have the color of the place, but like Finn Aries, it's red. Ravaja, it's purplish. Maybe the windy place is the sky place. Let's just like make up a thing here. Let's just like academic. I like the idea of Nuance being academic. Let's try my mind's eye. My mind's eye of green. Green Nuance. Green is that color. That is aviation. That's windy. That's green. Ow, fuck. So, for academic, for green, for windy, for aviation. And still no? Okay. So maybe pink. What if we tried pink? Like the stamp's lying. Okay. Stamp not necessarily lying. At the very least though, we know that I really felt that Nuance would be an academic place. With their flying fucking vehicles. You know what I mean? Like aviation is for sure their thing. That's true, I feel like. Just 100%. Snowy on the mountain. Oh, it's definitely snowy on the mountain. I could do Kararika. That's what's so frustrating. I could fucking probably do Kararika. But I'm really gonna have to pull this one out of my ass. I feel like they are academic. Militaristic and green. Military blimp, I guess. I guess it kind of makes sense because they gifted Finn Aries a dirigible when Finn Aries won the war. Oh, true. The moat is military. Marshall. They seem so academic. Didn't they? Didn't they seem so academic? I don't know. Vera Shores, we know they're turtleback. We know that there's gonna be... Maybe they're academic. We don't know. We know that they are pink. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they're fucking pink. They're pink, they like turtleback travel. We're gonna get to the rest of that in a second, so just give me a minute. This rubble? Okay. So... Oh, what the fuck? It's the Jetsons and where Nuance is. Holy shit. Via airmail. Shut your ass up, Herbert. By far my favorite realm I've visited during this trip, but I've always had a penchant for technology and I'm less moved by the beauty of nature than others. The soot-filled streets and soaring skyscrapers are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Kararika, or the beaches of Morajai. Perhaps I'm just letting my childhood love of dirigiblocks compromise my objectivity. From the shops I've visited, it seems the series is just as popular here as it is back home. Speaking of home, as I look across the eastern sea, I can almost see its shores. I never thought that I would miss the sight of red flags. Wow. That's incredible. Cool looking building. We've got to get greens. There we go. It's kind of confusing. They all have different rules. Basically, the purple only moves down, and it'll swap with it whatever it moves down into. Green can only swap with opposite sides. And then orange needed to be surrounded by two colors to convert into that color. Sort of, yes. Greens swap with opposites, but by this point you've already been presented with greens and have to kind of figure out how they work already. I feel like, I don't know. Tell you one thing, I'm feeling good. Feeling real good. Imagine being colorblind. You would not be having that much fun with this game, I think, yeah. I think... What do we really know about this place? We know they're turtleback. We're missing heat. Maybe it's really hot here. Let's assume that it is. Since we haven't used this one, let's just assume that there is a place that's really hot and it's Vera, and you ride on fucking turtleback here. 'Cause it's crazy as hell. And then from there we can guess the middle thing, which is not very hard to do. So turtleback, pink turtleback heat. Imagine they were fucking militaristic. They're not scholarly. They're fucking spiritual. Wow. Yeah, who gives a shit? Alright. We have not done Kararika. We can pretty easily guess what Kararika is. Yeah, it is nice to just be able to look at it at a glance. Spiritual. This is cool. Only thing we don't know is the locomotion type of Kararika, and we don't even know it's spiritual anymore. It could be tribal. In fact, it probably is either tribal or academic. Interesting that nothing is academic. What's up, Ty? How's it going? It's pretty good. This is my current notes web, my note nexus. I'm doing some into the game really crazy shit. You probably shouldn't look at any of this. I do take notes while I play, by the way, Viridian. Yeah, you probably shouldn't be seeing any of this. Not one frame of anything you're looking at should be digested by you if this is a game you want to play. I'm like actually solving puzzles too, so it's not even like one of those scenarios where I can be like, oh yeah, don't worry, I'm like not even doing anything right now. I'm like doing the most important shit that I could possibly be doing. Okay, that's fair. Just wanted to warn you, because I do think it's really good. And it is one of those things. That's fair. Despite my prejudice against Mother Nature, I own that I have deeply loved my time here at Vera. The memories of the youthful trip I took here with my brother have been relentless, and as I've gotten older, I find less and less occasion to recollect on such trivial pleasures. One thing I do remember vividly, which has not lost a single speck of charm, are the famous turtles. Each visitor of Vera, upon arriving, is lent one of these hard-shell friends for the duration of their stay. Serve as both steed, guide, and companion. I am still under the spell of island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was on Morajai. That's pretty cool. That is kind of how it be, Minnie. The variation. Oh yeah, pink is really interesting. This is crazy, holy shit. That was fucked up. Alright, I did it. Yippee! Alright, well... Now... Now... We should be able to solve the puzzle in the 46th room. Maybe. Assuming that... I do have all of these, right? I have 7 of 8. We're gonna have to do some thinking, some heavy thinking. This puzzle that we're going towards here, if this isn't the answer to getting the 8th sanctum key and also getting the 8th safe, then I'm lost a little bit again. I'm gonna be lost again at that point. I do have some info that I haven't acted on yet. There's specifically there is the, how do I even, there's the stuff that's hidden in a new clue that gives you like directions. Basically, it's going to be a series of numbers. I believe it's going to spit out a series of numbers for us. Is more or less what I'm expecting. Going? I hate this. Is it that? No way. That's fucked up. I had to go that way anyway. Never dug out here, I guess. Thank God I've got another key. Thank God I've got an 84th coin. Okay. So the puzzle at hand now should be... Wait, is this den? No. I don't know what room this is. I don't know. Doesn't matter. What does matter is this. 8 realms in 8 months. And you bet it. You bet your ass that it's this. For sure it's this. 8 realms in 8 months is what he says here. Road has taken me south. South of Finn Aries. It should be Iraja. Right? Or maybe it... Because I know they end in Finn Aries. I'm going to have to take a quick bathroom break. And then we're going to figure this out. I'm pretty sure that, Arch Aries, I'd like to think it was the last one. Or the second last one, anyway. Air travel is much better than sea travel. I assume that they travel... Maybe, I guess it could be anything, couldn't it? I know that they go to Arch Aries after sailing. They've already been to Morajai when they get to Vera. Alright, hold on. So what I need to do also, I might need to get the actual maps over here. I'm going to copy paste them to this region. Okay, I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we're going to do this. Give me a second. Low. Alright. That's it. I'm sick of not beating the game. I'm gonna beat it now. Let's see. Let's dig into these letters. They arrived at Arch Aries after a few days of sailing. Now, I don't know that the few days will come into play, but I think it could. I'm dropping all my shit everywhere. Hmm. Aelor Loon. There's a lot of translation shit I could do, I think. Let's read this first. After a short sea voyage, they arrived on the island of Morajai. They've been in the water. They've been on 2 different boat rides. This to me implies that it's after Kararika and Morajai. Belligerent in their politeness. Each realm I have visited has been short on solitude. I almost wonder if that's kind of a hint in and of itself. Like, at this point, everywhere he's been has been, like, really populated, I guess. This is after Morajai. We should probably place them from left to right so that we can figure that out. Weather here was more severe than it was on Morajai. We know that this is the first one. We know that Morajai required a voyage over sea. Nuance mentions Morajai and Kararika, which almost puts it here for me. It would be weird to go to Nuance and then to Vera. It's possible that we do this instead. Either could be true. A little disappointed. I feel like they probably went to Iraja after Orinda or Black Bridge. I'm thinking somewhere on here. Okay, Orinda Aries is Finn Aries, which I knew. It's good to see it on the map like this. It makes me wonder, though, what is visiting Orinda in a world where Orinda has been conquered. Okay. That's interesting, for sure. We know that this is the last one. The last postcard is Finn Aries. I assume he left Finn Aries, went to Orinda, or sorry, Orindia. Road has taken me south. A fragment of the old kingdom. Visiting a fragment of the old kingdom. A landmark as black in realm as it is in name. Black Bridge is a part of Orinda that he visited. I assume the Black Bridge. So it's 8 and 1, right? Should be here. Iraja is probably number 2. It would be really weird if he didn't go to Nuance from that point. Like, it would be genuinely hard not to. He could have sailed to Kararika, though. That's not impossible. He could have went that way. It's a goddamn globe. It does have the 2 here, which is I find interesting. This makes more logical sense, but I feel like it could go either way. I just want to let that be known. So Nuance. I'm going to pull this up on my other screen just so I can look at it. Let me look at these. This Arch Aries postcard. After a few days of sailing, they arrived at Arch Aries. We, of course, do not have a postcard for Kararika, so we don't know whether they flew there from Nuance. Or I guess they could have... We don't know whether they took boat to get there from Iraja, or if they, or like what they did. We don't know how they got there. We don't know shit. We know that Morajai. Let me see. It's possible he did not go to Araja. Like he could have went anywhere. Second. Hmm. A few days of sailing. This gap isn't that big, is it? There's a fucking railway over it. Hmm. Morajai is here. If it's a short sea voyage, after Vera. Vera mentions what Morajai was like. This almost feels like it is second last. Talking about how he can almost see home. How he thought he would never miss the sight of red flags. Must be end, right? I would imagine that it goes like that. Maybe he wasn't at the end of the trip, but that seems really like getting towards the end here, you know. Hmm. They sailed to Arch Aries and it took a few days. I really don't know, like, we don't know how long sailing would take on this map. At least I don't. Um, Pretty confident in 1, 7, and 8 so far. Who could theoretically not be true? Hmm. What up, Nacho? That's sick, Nacho. Hell yeah. That's cool. Hope y'all are having fun. That's awesome. Yeah, that sounds really nice. The Araja postcard reads kind of as first one, or like one of the first ones. This is obviously the first one, right? Black Bridge and Orinda Aries. I suppose the anecdotes I make on this trip will have to do without that flavorful setting. Seems to imply that it's towards the beginning of the trip. You know, it's foreshadowing the latter. It's foreshadowing like a large portion of the trip is how it seems like, right? Okay. That's awesome. I gotta check that out. How long have you guys been there? A couple days? I forgot what day y'all were leaving. Could go to Kararika from Iraja. That is directly up. Got there last Tuesday. Headed home next Tuesday. Damn. You're in like the exact midpoint of it then. That's cool. Not this crazy, is it? Like, I don't have to pick, like, where. I don't think there's any way it's this complicated. That, like, you have to put it in the exact spot. I don't know. I don't foresee that being it. We don't know shit about these other countries. short sea voyage that could not have come from Vera to Morajai. Well, I feel like it could only be from either Nuance, Arch Aries, or Fin Aries. It can't have come from Fin Aries because that's where it ends. I don't believe that it would be that long of a sail from Kararika. But maybe. For a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morajai. In good spirits. I did it. Holy shit. Know all men by these presents that Lord Arthur Clementine, rightful owner of the land that rests in the northern range of the Reddington Mountains, doth grant and convey to the bearer of this document, Lady Orave of Trinsdell, the land, forest, and waters of the sheer cliffs that rest in the northern shadow of the Holly Leaf Mountain, with all the rights, privileges, and appurtenances thereunto belonging. The property of Mount Holly consists of dense woods flanked by cliff walls, irrigated by mountain spring streams, and punctuated by several runoff waterfalls. This area is sheltered between the summit's northern slope and saddle, spanning across 80-odd acres of land. The property is situated southwest of Reddington, bounded on the south by steep crags and abutting the east by the high end or by the high road to Tanner Fork. Covenants. I, Lord Arthur Clementine, covenant, promise and agree with Lady Orave, her heirs and assigns, that I am lawfully seized and possessed of the said premises, that the same are free and clear of all encumbrances, that I have good right to sell and convey the same to the said Lori Orave, or Lady Orave, her heirs and assigns, that I will warrant and defend the same against all lawful claims and demands whatsoever. In hand and seal I make my mark in the grand year of Finn Aries, 1912. Lord Arthur Clementine. The last will and testament of me, Herbert S. Sinclair. I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I declare that I am not and have never been married and have no children. First, I direct that all my debts and outstanding expenses be paid as soon after my decease as possible. Secondly, I direct all the servants and staff in my employ at the time of my death shall be granted indefinite leave to be paid out of the reserves of my estate set aside for such occasion, until such a time as a new master of Mount Holly bids their return. In the event that the aforesaid reserves for this purpose are depleted before a new master of the estate is found, I direct my executor to make provisions for their future employment, and to do so in a manner that is just and equitable to all parties involved. Thirdly, to my faithful valet, Harley Ruoda, I hereby gift to him the lake house in Trinsdale as a small measure of gratitude for his many years of unwavering loyalty and devoted service. I direct that my executor take such steps as are necessary to transfer ownership of the said lake house to Harley Ruoda, and should use all reasonable efforts to persuade him to accept the same. Furthermore, to my late cousin Tillian's 2 children, Courtney Farine and Rygard Farine, who have sometimes been impulsive and hasty in their actions, I grant to each a cuckoo clock set eternally on the sacred hour, for only time will tell when they are ready to slow down enough to appreciate the gifts bestowed upon them with the patience and wisdom that comes with maturity. He's giving him a fucking cuckoo clock. In the case that Lionel Epson should return from his travels abroad, or in the event that any of his heirs should present themselves, I bequeath to him or them, as the case may be, the diary and its related key, which formerly belonged to his sister, Clara Epson, which I have kept in her room and beside her grave, respectively, and respectfully. In addition, it is my fervent desire that the gallery, along with all the artwork contained within, be bestowed upon the Reddington Museum of Art, including the sculptures, exhibits, and the entire collection of drawings by Christopher Manson, comprised of 4 pieces entitled T, P, R, and R. It's actually Think, Ponder, Realize, and Ruminate. This generous donation shall be made 1 year hence, following the date of my earthly departure. Moreover, to the Grand Cathedral of Araja, I bequeath 8 stone statues sculpted in the likeness of the 8 Ajaran angels: Orinda, Lydia, Rena, Joya, Dauja, Vea, Mila, and Draxus. These sculpted figures have been in the Sinclair tomb for multiple generations. And even though there have been much debate over their natural numeric order, they have nevertheless remained steadfast in their safeguarding of our family's secrets. I trust they will continue to provide the Cathedral of Viraja that same level of stewardship. That shit's actually crazy. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all the rest, residue and remainder of my estate, and of my right, title, and interest in and to the house of land, and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly, as a token of the cordial and affectionate relationship which for nearly half a century his grandmother, Clara Epson, has shown me. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate of Mount Holly. This room, among other things of value, holds the physical deed to the entire estate, as well as many other personal effects and policies of insurance. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I'm confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Why does it say it like that? Is this whole thing fucked up? A timely manner. They mean like I do it really fast. They want me to do it really fast once. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse, and the above clauses on this page and provisions pertaining to that clause shall be considered null and void, and the rest of my estate shall be disposed of and gifted to the Orindian Heritage Foundation, under condition that the house be immediately winnowed, and sealed with explicit instructions and allowances that the site shall not be reopened until black flags are once again flying over Oris, or 110 years have passed since my death, whichever day shall come first. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck did he mean by that? As one final gift to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, regardless of whether he finds room 46 or not, I leave and bequeath to him the original manuscripts of his mother's works that were produced here, under the roof of her childhood home. These preliminary draft copies include red prints, which she wrote while visiting the estate during the brightest of her days, and a new clue, which she pinned here during the darkest. I hope that in due time and in the natural order of things, you will come to be content as I have, with what little of herself she left us. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert Sinclair. That's a lot. I am still on this grind. Maybe getting here fast does something. Any big progress pieces? Well, I have 7 out of the 8 Sanctum sigils done. The realm sigils. I know how to do the 8th one, but I don't have the key to the door. I have 7 out of the 8 safes, but I don't know how to get the 8th safe. I don't think. I really assumed this was going to lead to it, or like it was going to be behind this thing. Hmm. timely manner. That's interesting, isn't it? We need one more of these and one more of these. I don't know what or where the eighth letter is. I I guess I have some ideas. Here's what we need to do. We need to review some important shit that we're missing. We still don't know what the deal is with this shit. Like any of this. We still haven't translated this letter, which we probably should. I feel like that's going to be important in some way, shape, or form. This we now understand fully. But it is also just good knowledge. Oh, I don't know. Aaron is a pseudonym. Moments of note. I mean, I opened a safe. I got like 4 runes. I did like a bunch of shit. I'm like mostly done. You know? If coast is not clear, lower the 8D to warn us. That's what that looks like. Is it SD? I really think that these two things are related. I think this is related too. Maybe. I don't know what else this would be. That same weird ass D symbol as this. It's that same handwriting. Which maybe means that it is her. Like that's just how she writes. Yeah, thanks, Classy. Good luck, man. We're killing it. There is this, which is interesting. A red book, page A, word X. See? Or is it there? It does say that page count starts on title pages. which that would be X. Oh, so that's X, Y, Z, A. Word X is the. It's the. And then we're X, Y, Z, A, B, C. Word A. X, Y, Z, A. The routes. Now it's violet. Page B, word Y. X, Y, Z, A, B. Fucked up that it's this page. And it's word Y. Is it supposed to be cases? Or is the page count meant to be different on this one? Kind of confusing, right? Routes something. Blue page Z word X. X. Y. North. I don't know what the point of this is. I have it. 873-10-113. That ain't it, then I don't know what it is. Hmm. There's no break room. Sucks. Did pretty much everything this run, though, to be fair. Hmm. I still don't really know how to get into Blackbridge Grotto. I'm gonna go out there. Buried floor plan. What's the deal with that? Wonder if I already found that shit. This shit says buried floor plan. One also says buried floor plan, which is kind of funny. But it's still not marked, I don't think. Never did this. Fuck his tunnel, dude. Complete manifest for all of the excavation equipment has been rigorously checked and delivered to the upper branch. After tomorrow, the site will be sealed and all remaining hardware will be packed up and transported to the original access tunnel for long-term storage. It's unclear if they will also seal that tunnel after our crew has left, but I suspect they may want to keep ready access to the gear, especially now that they've begun operations in the East Mine. A month ago, I believed that the discovery of gemstones in that cavern was directly linked to the closure of this site, but now I'm not so sure. The Baron doesn't seem the type to value shiny baubles over history. Wow. That's crazy that I never found this. I remember coming here, finding the torches, and being like, I ought to come back here one day. And I just never did. To be fair, like, there's so much to do in this game. I'm fascinated by this, and maybe I'm an idiot for it. It reminds me so much of the rotation chart thing from the map. No. Let me make sure I flipped a coin. I did. We're gonna go to Black Bridge, is what we're gonna do. Because this one doesn't have that ornateness around it. I don't know. This shit is significant. I don't know what the fuck this means. But if I had to guess, I'd say it's related to this. You know what I mean? Like, something six, something. Something six or something. The Cave of Computers is of course significant, but I mean the sticky note in particular. Also this. Small data microchip. Looks like it should be able to be plugged in elsewhere. Is that what it said? Somewhere. Which is here, right? Like, gotta be right here, I feel. Is DARRK pseudonym. If they're the one that set up the security system, whatever their real ass name is ought to be on here. I can get in with more. I can look through the admin logs. New admin key. Requested name doesn't quite fit with our typical length formatting. You need to have admin control. Get into the archived stuff is what it seems like, right? Maybe I need archive access. That's what I need, is archive access. Listed. I already did this. Okay. Let's see if we can get into an archive account. What's fucked up is Randolph Moore is the lead lab tech and network administrator. Darren Kirk, though, is the head of security, but Darren Kirk is a pseudonym. What is it a pseudonym for? I don't know. Groundskeeper does not have access. I don't know what Hartley's first name is, but I wanted to try him. I don't know his first name. I saw a picture of a bald guy. I can't find it again. That's them. That's the one. Who the fuck is this guy? I feel like he's in the archives. Ray Daniels. Need archives. I might already have it on this map. This is crazy. Okay. learned a little bit. Did I say no last time or something? I don't understand why it... I did do that. Hold the fuck on. What are the implications of this? I do not fucking know. What the password for that was supposed to be. I know. Cat is so angry. Stop not hanging out with me. Right now. What does this fucking do? Nothing? Excuse me. What the hell does this do? Well, if nothing else, I learned a bunch of good stuff. Buried floor plan is crazy to me. That feels like it could be anywhere. I think I did get a floor plan. I think it'd be a bit of an exaggeration to call it buried. That's missing a face. Table right here. I almost want to check all of these just to see, because like damn, like they did just make a couple of them openable. What happened while you were gone? I think we found some shit just a minute ago. We found some shit in a couple different places in the overworld. God damn. But I'm pretty sure it was this is really interesting to me. Like this is, I don't know. I found a floor plan in here that I had never seen. I dug up a floor plan that it said I didn't have, that I had already dug up. I guess I didn't click yes on it, which would explain why I haven't found it yet, which would make sense. I also lit 2 spots by a sundial on fire and then rotated them until the sundial popped up, at which point it revealed to me that it has the same system as Blackbridge. So I put 1/3 of the Blackbridge key in here and it did nothing. So yeah, it does kind of go on and on, huh? It does start to do that. And I do like that, you know, I do like it. This shit right here is crazy to me. No idea how I'm supposed to know like this shit right here, but yeah. I don't really understand what the point of this is. Like, check it out. Didn't do shit, you know what I mean? Like, it didn't do anything. Could it be related to this somehow? Does make these heat back up. I don't know. What's interesting though is that it looks like now that we have the elevator, we could maybe turn them off. This would be a pretty good place to hide something. That's funny that there's a log here. They're like, ah, you can't get back there. Log. Classic log. I don't really know what to believe. I don't think there's anywhere I particularly want to end the run at. I feel like I'm missing some shit. I don't know. Okay, I think we end the day. I'm gonna end at camp and see if they're like, hey, thanks for that. I don't believe there's anywhere else to end at that matters. It'd be nice if I could end at break room, but that's not a thing, sadly, right now, so. We are going to start tomorrow with keys, and that's cool, but I don't know we're going to go for the hour speed run because we don't have the break room card. Call it a day. $45 total rooms. What about the outer room? What about the 46th room? What about fuck you? And what? I like that the window on the front door becomes green when you're a garden shopping center. You're, I guess, a green leaning mansion. Alright. Give me like 3 minutes. I'm gonna go get a drink, use the bathroom, and then I guess I'm gonna try to get conservatory, and I don't really know what else we need. I know there's some, you get something for getting 8 trophies. I'm not quite there. The song is so killer. There's definitely something with, you know what I'm gonna do? When I come back, I think I'm gonna try to decipher the letter in Erosion. This one right here. I'm gonna try it anyway. I'll be right back. Hello. I'm back. I am ready. Feels too slow. It takes an hour just to open 2 doors. I feel like I'm like 5 minutes late. I was gonna make this a lot, I will say. Got a really lucky combo here. Oh. Didn't realize I used all my steps. What the hell? Let's. You know why? It's because I don't have my OBS up. Shit's crazy. Would have been free and given me a gem, but to be fair, this is still giving me a diced it up. Trophy room being offered connected to entrance hall feels fucked up. Not gonna be one of those two. Storeroom. It's not. On this run, we're gonna try to get conservatory, I guess. We could try to do the exam. I don't know. Where are my exam notes? Did bad on algebra. And then I did better, like a lot better on it, but not perfect. I got an 86% up from a 57. History, I somehow did not improve, which I find really interesting. I'm looking at my two exams right now. Math, I 100%ed. Color, I this time 100%ed, but did not 100% the first time. And, science, I of course 100%ed both times. Art, 100%. I need a little bit, like one more answer in algebra needs to be changed from what I did. And I know that I did something wrong in Russian last time. I went down. I changed some answers that I thought could be wrong, you know, in my first attempt. And I think it turns out that they were right. So I don't I don't really know. My history so interesting to me because I know that I changed some shit. I don't know what. I don't know which part is history. It starts right after art, which I don't have on here. It looks like 425, 26. This is history. We know what years the third era were in. Is that supposed to be Castle Orindia that we have underground? Like, I know what year. I know what fucking year they recently dismantled the railways. I don't know what era that is. It does say Crown has requested that the asylum granted to the former House of Desolates be revoked. Might have been. Might have been the sixth era. I mean, fuck, I don't know. Feel that, Schlantz. Caleb Manning wrote the history of Orindia. I think I am going to schoolhouse, and I am going to try to do exam, and I am going to also try to get conservatory. I'm going to do every one of them. Timely manner. Also gonna try to get tomorrow rooms. Clock tower. I guess I already have break room, which is cool. Wait. Oh, wow. Go unplugged. I thought one of these messages said something about Manning. Manning. Wonder what the fuck Paul's last name is. Is Paul with P? Because with P doesn't really look anything like Philip. You know what I mean? Okay. I think it's not A. Part of the erosion category. I gotta imagine I did it wrong this time. I don't know what I did the first time. I think Grand City of Fenn is the answer there. And possibly Royal Museum of Fenn was the answer here. I'm pretty sure Tuscan is right. Go try it. For some reason, I thought Caleb Manning would have an account. I don't know why. I thought maybe... I don't know. I don't know who Kirk Darren is, still. Not that I need any of these. The hell? I've never seen that ever. What the fuck? You think you can move your foundation with this? It says that the floor plan will be removed from the house and a draft pool for 1 week. Like maybe it removes foundation and you can't have it for 7 days. You think that's how it works? Hmm. We've made hella progress today, even if we don't figure anything else out, but I do think we will. Oh. Oh, the sale. It's not displaying the values properly. And there's a banana in here. We've got 3 keys. Will hopefully get me into these top 3 rooms here. That's what we're hoping for anyway. Be nice if I could get 8 gold. Honestly, the card would be nice. Security card. Hmm. Yeah. I could do that. It's not that bad. Okay. Well, with the vault I could buy like a bunch of keys, but that doesn't really matter if I don't have a key card. I'm gonna get dark room here. Algebra. Clock tower is pretty good. But I only have 2 tomorrow rooms currently. I got 9 redraws. I guess what I really want. This wouldn't be enough classrooms if I got another classroom. I need a security card. Utility closet does turn off the doors, but we don't have a computer. Somehow we've ended up without a computer. Terrifying. I think the only thing we can do, we could hope that it's in darkroom, because it could be in darkroom, but I don't think it is. I don't think anything guarantees it, right? Bedroom closet having it would be too fucking lucky. Freezer probably doesn't have it. That conservatory. In the conservatory, we'll be able to permanently adjust the rarity and rates that determine how often certain floor plans are drawn. Permanent changes do not reset each day. Thank you. Alright, so I guess passageway would be, it is commonplace already, right? Don't really want to change any of this. I guess I could make master bedroom less than rare. Rare is like, well, I don't know. It's kind of useless to me. Yeah, it could stay rare. I don't know. This is a dead end, though. Maybe I should make it more common. So that I can ever get that one trophy. Not common enough to be a nuisance, but not rare enough to be elusive. Try that. This is 2 fucking gems. Maybe I'll get an axe again. Conservatory's only draftable in a corner, dude. I think fuck I did it just now. It has to be a south-facing door. Holy shit, that's very specific. That makes sense though why I've never gotten it from below. Well, this is a cool room. If I wake up tomorrow and my foundation is gone, I'm gonna lose my mind. And then I'm gonna put it like adjacent to antechamber. Still finding new rooms, yeah. I it is kind of crazy, isn't it? Bit crazy. Oh my god, I did it. You notice anything weird about my location, Roy? Anything unique about my mansion today? Not dark. I think that this should fucking matter. You don't see what's weird? Oh. It'd be in the menu. In the map. Excuse me. You know? You don't know? You can't tell? You can't tell what I did with the place? Get rid of foundation. No foundation. What does that mean, though? Hold on. I can tell you how I did mine, Roy. What up, Sleppy? Thanks for the 2 years.
2 years. Let's go.
2 years. Yeah, thank you. I used the stinky spray. I got the stinky spray item. Yeah. You didn't do stinky spray? I'm guessing it's not an empty box. The gems are not in the black box. The gems are in the black box. The gems are in the white box. I appreciate it, Sleppy, yeah. And I totally get it. This is the exact kind of game you wouldn't want to get spoiled on. I found it randomly, yeah. It was in spare room, I think. I was like, I've never seen this. Like, it to appear guaranteed. Maybe I did that condition and didn't know it. You think that's possible? Well, I mean, I don't know what the condition is, even if I did meet it. I wouldn't want to know either way. I guess I wouldn't mind knowing if I did do something, but I wouldn't have any clue what it was. It's crazy. There's so much shit in this game. Actually fucked up. They go north of West Wing Hall and south of the Armory. I gotta go one more tile north though. Inner bell. 3 keys and like fucking 10 gold is riches beyond my wildest dreams. I have something I absolutely must fucking do now. And that's go down to the basement and see what the fuck is there. Like, what the fuck is gonna be there? Nothing? What's gonna be there? Wait. Gotta hit the dining room first. And we got the aquarium? Fucking delicious. We don't have a kitchen yet, do we? See if we can get one of those. Let's fill this out real quick while we're here. And then we're gonna go check to see what the fuck is down there, if anything. I'm kind of imagining nothing. Utility closet. Not terrible. Good power garage. Not that crazy. Not really that wild. I don't think it's worth redrawing. Yeah, I guess it is, because I might not get the next tile. Okay, kitchen. The letter has been delivered to the mailroom. Okay. Why is one of these stepping stones white? Why'd they do this? I'm just saying, like, there's fucking 12 rocks, or 30 rocks, or 20 rocks, or some shit. I don't know. Only one of them looks like this. That's all I'm saying. That's a lot of rocks for only one of them to look like that. Maybe. You know, maybe. What the fuck is this gonna do? Why is heaven up there? What is this about? Well, yeah, it makes sense, but I figured it would take me somewhere. Or, like, the door would be blocked completely, like that whole part of it would be gone too. I don't know. It should take you somewhere fucking crazy. Come on, that'd be sick. You can now play as slots. I was thinking this feels like it's something too earlier. And I was thinking that before I walked up to the fucking sundial and solved it. I hadn't gone in here and gotten passage until today. I found those torches forever ago. Forgot. Like before I ever knew how to light them. Okay, so well we could get the outer room. Might as well get the outer room. That's cool, Roy. I guess tool shed. Trading post is pretty cool though too. A chamber for car keys is kind of interesting. For metal detector. That's not a good trade. Key card for metal detector could be good. If I had the whole fucking... I don't know. I don't think it would ever be good actually. The fact that it removes it from the drafting pool for a week is crazy. Yeah. Which means I'll get to place it again. What if it... What if we deleted antechamber? We have deleted antechamber. I wonder as well. Read some of these new letters. I see. The last letter. Delete the entrance hall is actually crazy. What if that just game overs? That's like a bad ending. You destroy the mansion. Okay. I don't believe I've pulled lavatory with Night Shield. We'll see if I do. That's kind of cool, right? I wonder what happens if you shield closed exhibit. Still a dead end is not what I was expecting either. I was kind of imagining something crazy would happen. But the fact that it gave me anything for thinking like that is good. This reset. Why is it just arbitrarily easy today? Not that new. 23 minus 3 is 20 times 3 is 60 divided by 6 is 10. 4 times 4 is 16. 1 times 5 is 5 minus 1 is 4 times 4 is 16 divided by 16 is 1. 8 and 6 make 14 times 2 is 28. Backwards is 82 minus 1 is 81 times 1 is still 81. Backwards is 18. This is 3. Maybe even negative 3. I'm not sure. It might be negative 3 times 3 would be negative 9. Plus 10 would make it 1. Times 1 would make it 1. So what did we try last time? Try 1. It was 1. 11 times 6. So 66 minus 20. 46. But then it's 0. Right? Wait. 50. Divided by 5 is 10. did it. The bullseye trophy. That was the test. Commonplace Rotunda. Commonplace Rotunda. Commonplace gift shop. Ooh. Unusual bunk room. I think that's probably fine like that. I don't know. Common Rotunda is a blessing I didn't think I'd ever be graced with. All right. Okay. It's over. I might be done the stream for today. I really want to put foundation right here. I think that I could probably, if I could get in from the side of antechamber and also open the bottom door of antechamber, I could draft from under it. And if I had a good amount of dice, I could maybe roll it. It's gonna have to be like 6 more days from now, day like 82. But I'm wondering if I can roll foundation literally right beside antechamber. And then what I could do is I could just walk right in as soon as I get the front switch, which I think is weight room. Right? Like, couldn't I just get weight room pretty fast? As long as I had key card, a few keys. Maybe like morning room. Morning room's pretty good here. So morning room, break room, observatory, not observatory, clock tower. Morning room, break room, clock tower would be really good. I could go loot the car, but there's no reason to. I'm curious to, I guess that, like, if you use the shield on closed exhibit, it probably just unlocks the doors or something, since that's the drawback. But it's interesting that Lavatory did something. Had you done that yet, Roy? Had you done like Shelter Lavatory or whatever? I wonder if Shelter Lavatory does the same thing. I guess it does. I used Knight's Shield on it. Ancient Orindian Knight's Shield. Pretty badass. Pretty cool. Alright, big break room. I think that we're at like 6 trophies, maybe? I'd have to check. Getting that break room trophy was really nice. Really, really nice. I wanted to try to retake the exam today. I feel like I'm really close to getting 100% on the exam. There's just a little bit more in there. And I think it's this fucking code hidden in a new clue. Excuse me. And I think it has to do with this train metro that I found underground, which sounds ridiculous and hilarious. I got like a code from that. I don't know if I'm supposed to just type that into fucking Blackbridge or what, but it's 873-10-113. It said record each stop on the way. I did. Am I supposed to record like the actual words? Let's see who's on. We'll raid like Network or somebody. I think they're doing God Gamer Gauntlet. Okay, go hang out with Network. Playing Splatoon with Mark. They're trying to win every game in the universe back to back. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna stream. I might not do blueprints. We'll see. I'm gonna probably play it a little bit more tonight. But I don't know. There's a little bit more to do. Is what it amounts to. There's a little bit more to do. Let's save and quit for now so that we're not allured into it immediately. But yeah. We'll see how it goes. I'm missing a safe. I think I'm missing a safe. I'm missing a red letter. And I am missing the two fucking computer chips that go to Blackbridge, and then I can use those to plug them into the fucking sundial that I don't even know what they do either way. I don't know what that's going to do at all. I don't know. Y'all have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow. See you later.